So we are going to continue with Proverbs, our reading and a commentary of. We are on chapter 11. I figured I'd give us a bit of an introduction before I begin. Sometimes I wish that in life, entering into the state of mind that allows us to be at peace, to feel comfort in what we are doing, to know what we are doing is correct. I wish that process was a bit easier. That one could just sort of be there all of the time. But of course we can't. And part of the reason why we participate in such practices is to direct the mind and to ensure that we are staying focused. And it truly does matter what we pay attention to and what we focus on. But time and time again, without fail, if I am going to be doing anything worthwhile, there is this intermediate period between the starting and the productive period. The productive period for which I've devoted some time to a particular practice. It is this way with things as mundane as waking up in the morning. Waking up out of that sleep, dreamy state into a state of attention and of perception. It could be things of a higher intensity like exercise. It could be things such as this. A mindful practice for which I read something that is thought-provoking. It could be finding ourselves at our place of work, entering into the workday. Many days, there is this period that we must overcome. Switching into gear. And the human experience isn't always in gear. Some of us have longer ramp-up times than others, but regardless, it is important that we get there. And it's important that we get there directed towards that which is important. Not just that it's desirable, it has to be desirable for the right reasons. And I think without these practices, this sheer repetition of this ramp up into some state of higher functioning would be completely meaningless and pointless. And so I say that, I provide that as an introduction just to say that if we are going to learn, if we are going to be attentive, it is going to require a period of discomfort. And even if we are in it, we may fail to have the engine turn over, so to speak. We may fail to feel or experience what we intended, what we set out to experience and gain. But in those instances, it's especially prudent, it's especially of the prudent person, to maintain faith in what they are doing. assuming that it is the right thing to do. For if we do not do so, then we will have nothing. We will never change. We will always stay this stagnant, constant thing, conscious being that consumes passively. We will have the mind of a slave, in other words. A false balance is abomination to the Lord, but a just weight is his delight. When pride comes, then comes shame, but with the lowly is wisdom. The integrity of the upright shall guide them, but the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them. Riches profit not in the day of wrath, but righteousness delivereth from death. The righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way, but the wicked shall fall by his own wickedness. The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them, but transgressors shall be taken in their own naughtiness. When a wicked man dies, his expectation shall perish, and the hope of unjust men perisheth. The righteous is delivered out of trouble, and the wicked comes in his stead. An hypocrite with his mouth destroyeth his neighbor, and through knowledge shall the just be delivered. When it goes well with the righteous, the city rejoices, and when the wicked perish, there is shouting. By the blessing of the upright the city is exalted, but it is overthrown by the mouth of the wicked. He that is void of wisdom despises his neighbor, but a man of understanding holds his peace. A tale-bearer reveals secrets, but he that is of faithful spirit conceals the matter. Where no counsel is, the people fall, but in the multitude of counselors there is safety. He that is surety for a stranger shall smart for it, and he that hates suretyship is sure. A gracious woman retains honor, and strong men retain riches. The merciful man does good to his own soul, but he that is cruel troubles his own flesh. The wicked work a deceitful work, but to him that soweth righteousness shall be a sure reward. As righteousness tends to life, so he that pursues evil pursues it to his own death. They that are of a froward heart are abomination to the Lord, but such as are upright in their way are his delight. Though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished, but the seed of the righteous shall be delivered. As a jewel of gold in a swine's snout, so is a fair woman which is without discretion. The desire of the righteous is only good, but the expectation of the wicked is wrath. There is that scatters, and yet increaseth, and there is that withholdeth more than is meet, but it tends to poverty. The liberal soul shall be made fat, and he that wanders shall be watered also himself. He that withholds corn, the people shall curse him, but blessing shall be upon the head of him that sells it. He that diligently seeks good procures favor, but he that seeks mischief, it shall come unto him. He that trusts in his riches shall fall, but the righteous shall flourish as a branch. He that troubles his own house shall inherit the wind, and the fool shall be servant to the wise of heart. The fruit of the righteous is a tree of life, and he that winneth souls is wise. Behold, the righteous shall be recompensed in the earth, much more the wicked and the sinner. So I'd like to reiterate that every beginning requires discipline. And as we maintain ourselves when we are too far out upon our journey to turn back, it is also important to remember that there is a time for rest, but not until we are challenged, not until we have accomplished what we set out to accomplish. Now, if something can be said superficially of this chapter, chapter 11, there is a lot of sayings of what the righteous will receive and what the wicked will receive. And at once it could seem repetitive. But we have to remember that practice involves repetition. It involves continually going into the place, waking up from that slumber, having that engine turn over. And in those moments when we are actually attending, we are giving effort. When we are trying to find the answer will reveal itself to us. And we have to be careful not to fall into some meaningless mysticism. We should always tie it to something that is tangible. Perhaps not in the material sense, but something that is tangible, that is truly valuable. This may vary from person to person. Certainly there are standards. There are things that are just inherently more valuable than others. Some of us have less than others. Some have more. But it is all of our duty, nonetheless, to retain what we have that is valuable, to express our appreciation and our thanks, and understand what is being asked of us to achieve that which is more. And finally, to accept that challenge, to accept that ask. So this commentary is going to be very repetitive. But the goal here is to examine the verses, perhaps say things, establish things, and then find that path, ascend that staircase. Find what we had set out to find, and perhaps descend and reset for the next verse. So here we go. Let's get prepared for our journey. And we'll start with verse 1. A false balance is abomination to the Lord, but a just weight is his delight. Now the first thing that comes to mind here is a merchant's balance. Now these scales have been used for thousands of years. You see them in Egypt, you see them in Mesopotamia, you see them referenced here in the Proverbs. Now the scale is an interesting symbol because of course it has its practical considerations, but its function, I think, can be used. As I said, it was a symbol, but the function And the purpose that it serves, I think, can express a broader philosophical point. The scale itself, outside of the economic consideration, is also something that has been used to symbolize the scales of justice. The famous statue, Lady Justice, who is blindfolded and with an outstretched arm, she holds these merchant scale. And just as in economics, just as in trade, and we use these scales to determine how the value of something. We want to know how much it weighs. Perhaps we have some conversion to how much we can trade it for, or some store of value, like gold or some coin made out of some metal, for example. The weight of the object at hand has some conversion to value that we've attributed to coins. In the sense of justice, we have the expression of fairness and equality under the law, that we try our best not to tilt the scales of justice too far in one direction or the other. We want them balanced. We want to weigh the evidence fairly. We're after the truth of the matter. In this case, we wish to be impartial. But the primary point is, regardless of how we choose to see it, and I think ultimately there is a higher way to see it than just through economics or that of justice, although it can be useful to see things through that lens. But in the totality of all things, that can be balanced, I suppose. Just as in the economic example and the justice example, that when those scales are balanced, they represent something that is true. In the simplest terms, they represent something that is known, something that is true. For if we have a balanced level, we have established some relationship in the world. We have identified some pattern, and we can say with confidence that it is reliably so. Now, this is a very small microscale. Now, this can apply all the way up until something as severe as murder, or whatever complex legal question at hand. There is always an equivalency and a pattern that is towards the truth. It doesn't mean that the convicted will always receive the right sentence. Obviously, we go through a process by which we determine who is guilty and who is innocent. And we are imperfect beings. The truth is often unknown to us. It is hidden to us. And we can make mistakes and make false judgments regardless of our intention. But to bring it back to verse 1, a false balance is an abomination to the Lord. A false balance is a false equivalency. It is a false interpretation, a false pattern of reality. If let loose to infect our sense-making apparatus at a fundamental level, it would skew our entire perception of the world and of reality and of ourselves. And so in this way, balance is extremely important. Not that everything has to be equal. Equal in this case meaning equal in kind, or in the more practical example, that everything, since we're talking about weights, since we're talking about what's just and unjust, it doesn't mean that every sentence of guilty receives the same sentence. That's not the type of equal that we're talking about, nor are we talking about that the microphone that I'm talking into is equivalent in weight to that of the series of business cards that are in my cubby in front of me. But rather, when we take something and we put it on that scale, what balances it is in some sense itself, its true equivalence, its own identity. Now, the important thing, the fundamental thing, is that the principle that gives it its identity is constant. It cannot vary despite an agent that has free will. It stays constant and it stays fixed. The equivalencies have been set. And again, just to hammer in the point, the equivalencies are the equivalencies of that thing or that object in question, not the equivalency between different objects. That's a different path that we can go down, but not one that I think is being mentioned here. The second part of this verse, but a just weight is his delight. Now, unfortunately, I think we are limited in terms of our language, and the word delight, it's difficult for me. It means to please someone greatly. And I think it's difficult because it's difficult for many reasons. I think one reason is what exactly would it mean to please something, the creator of all things? What kind of agent does that look like? Of course, that we understand that we are created in the image of that thing. But certainly that thing knows many things that we do not. And what is it of that thing, and what is it of the things that it knows that influences the way in which it delights at things? Now, what I mean by that is I can give a personal example. There are many people, especially these days, who go through periods of life. Every period of life seems to have its own character to it. As we grow and we age, we develop, we get more mature, we have more sophisticated opinions about things. And through the strata of possibility for an individual's life, by following certain principles, many of which we've discussed already in the Psalm or in the Proverbs, by being a certain way, by holding certain principles, one can establish and develop a way of seeing things that are more correct than one who had not put in the effort to do so. And part of the effort to do so, it involves a process of civilizing that individual. It involves bringing to light the things that are. It's about removing the corruption that has taken hold. And I think that there is quite a subtlety here, because as wickedness has plagued man, there have been just as many preachers that have attempted to bring God into somebody's heart and soul through the torture of the body and through the destruction of fundamental patterns of their reality without incorporating it into their broader picture. That was absolutely destructive and destroyed things that were good in the process, thereby being, I think, classified as a wicked and evil thing. But of course we can't just stop at this postmodern approach. It's a much broader thing that plagues man. The same thing plagues the secular man. And without God, then there's all sorts of different things that can fill that hole, including the overinflation of the self and the belief that the self, that the power that one holds, is sort of this divine right that is given to them. Because now that they are in this position, they can exercise their power. Their true power is given to them. Now, of course, it's not true power, it's false power. And obviously these things always come to a head and come to an end. It doesn't save us from the unfortunate effects of wickedness in the heart of man, but we do see a resolution to these things. For if we did not see a resolution to these things, then the good itself would be unintelligible. But of course that's not true. And so I think even in the darkest of places that the human mind can go to, the light can still find it. And I think that there are many different questions to be asked here about different situations and about how the light can permeate that. Some of them are quite difficult to deal with. But I'd rather not get too far off track. Because we started this little side road by discussing the second half of the first verse, but a just wait is his delight. And I had difficulty understanding what the delight would be. And I relayed that to how the individual can go through many different phases in his life. The point that I would like to come back to is the path that he's on, if he is committed to a path of faithfulness, if he has properly aligned himself with the Creator. Interesting thing that you see now with artificial intelligence, they're trying to solve the alignment problem, to solve that problem which plagues AI, that it is not perfectly aligned with human consciousness, and if it is, then they are sort of on the same wavelength. They can understand one another. Of course, they will never solve that problem until they understand what is higher than themselves, but this alignment to God is as much a process as anything. There will be mistakes. And I think that even among the faithful, but especially among the wicked, I think it is true to be said that as we approach the good, as we move closer and closer, or farther and farther away, we can either increase our ability to see, and therefore experience. When I say see and experience, I mean to see that which is true, to experience things that are fuller and richer, be able to understand the value of things. Instead of having some superficial understanding of love, for example, it is much more elevated. It is experienced much more deeply than that of the other case of the wicked going in the negative direction, in which the mind is dulled, the pursuits are more and more superficial. It is more about the self and the body than it is about connecting that self, sacrificing it to a certain degree, to that which is the thing that made it, the thing that it is from. And so all that is to point at this alignment problem. How is this conscious entity to experience delight? And how does that delight move into our world? And we should be very careful not to say, how does that delight impact us? For if we start to explore that, I think we can easily turn into the type of individual that only wants to do good so that they can receive good, not for the sake of good, but for the sake of the self, in this sort of wicked example. So a just weight is a weight that is. It is a weight that is balanced. It is a weight that is true. And what is true, I think, is that bridge. It is the alignment. Now, of course, the process, we have many processes: the scientific method, the judicial system of just, unjust, materially true, or causally true, or causally false, we can say. We can say morally true, morally false, ethically true, ethically false. There are many different ways of approaching this. But this is the fundamental thing that I think this verse is talking about. And we move from there into verse 2. When pride comes, then comes shame, but with the lowly is wisdom. And so I think that the first verse is fundamental because it's going to set us up for the rest of this. Because if the first verse has to do with alignment, and alignment being the alignment of us to God, and if we are in line, we are in balance. And if we are in balance, then this is the delight And if it is that delight, then we experience that delight. And not only we experience it, but we can achieve some understanding that is profoundly meaningful and has great depth to it. So when we hit verse 2, it's a warning. When pride comes, then comes shame. But with the lowly is wisdom. This is an attempt to outline the alignment problem. Now I think to begin here, it's worth talking about the role of emotions in this alignment process, and more generally in the alignment problem. Of the heart, we can say that it is the seat of our desires and our emotions. By itself, it is an unreasoned organ. It is something that we can feel a particular way about something without really having to understand if something is true or not. Now, sometimes the feelings can be decisive. They can be truthful. And at other times they can be deceptive and false. And I think that they are a tool in our toolbox to appreciate the more subtle things about our experience and our existence. For without feelings, we would be much reduced, I think, as a conscious entity. But that being said, the danger that our feelings can lead us into deception is always around every corner. And so when we are considering the alignment problem, the question is, well, how do we orient our feelings towards the truth in such a way that we are feeling truthfully? That is, we don't get overly emotional at things that we ought not to get overly emotional about. That we have appropriate emotional responses at the appropriate time. That we are able to feel and experience the depth of love. That we can properly control our anxieties and our fears so that it doesn't inhibit our action in the world or our behavior. Now, certainly there are circumstances in which behavior should be inhibited, and I think that feelings do serve a good purpose in that context. But there are many different situations and many different contexts, and in no way would it be possible for us to examine all possibilities, all feelings, and all situations. So we need principles, and we need an architecture, we need a framework by which we can understand. Now certainly this architecture would quell some of our fears and our anxieties and our dread. I think these principles may also place our anxieties and our fears in a different light, in a different place, such that when there is a problem that confronts us, or if we are to direct our behavior in such a way to find a problem that is worth solving, the feelings serve as a catalyst towards solving the problem rightly, again by way of certain principles. And I think verse 2 is the beginning of such principles. And so it is prudent of the reader, it is prudent of myself in this case, to pay attention and to recognize the significance of what is being said here. Because this is a suggestion and a potential solution, a pillar by which we can have confidence in terms of this alignment problem, the alignment to the divine logos. So what can be said of pride? A basic definition from a Google search reveals that it is a feeling of deep pleasure or satisfaction derived from one's own achievements. The achievements of those with whom one is closely associated, or from qualities or possessions that are widely admired. So to simplify this a little bit, what I'm getting is, of these emotions, we have the feelings, the depths of pleasure and satisfaction that are attributed to one's own achievements, that is, the achievements of the self. And thereby these emotions are directed towards elevating the self. The self is placed upon the altar to be made and to be declared sacred. And I think that this excessive pride, if it is to run unchained, unshackled, completely liberated, then what we get is a religion of the self. We get the worship of good deeds, not for... I have to be careful here because we don't perform good deeds for the things that we receive. We perform good deeds because we do it for the sake of the good, or more importantly, for the sake of our relationship to God. Now, the shame comes when there is a realization of wrongdoing, and all of the emotions flow from that, the sort of distressing emotions that are associated with humiliation. The last part of this verse, verse 2, says, "But with the lowly is wisdom." Now what can we say of this lowly? My first instinct when I read that word, when I see that word, I think something negative. That something is lower than something else. Possibly lower in terms of value. But of course it doesn't have to be that way. The lowly in this sense refers to the humble. Those that are reserved, those that pay attention and listen before they speak. So now we should reintegrate verse 2 with verse 1. Remember, verse 1 is the prompt of the alignment problem. The alignment of man to that of man's creator. We have a warning against the overinflation of the ego, of worshiping the self in place of worshiping that which is higher than the self. We have an explicit recognition of the consequence of what that behavior can lead to, that of shame. And then we have a rather out of context, maybe that's not the right word, but it seems to be the ending of this verse, but with the lowly is wisdom. It seems out of place, but it is not. It's another prompt. It's a prompt to think of how wisdom and that of humility can control for and prevent the series of prior events from taking place. That is, again, the overinflation of the self, or the worshipping of the self, and then the consequence of shame. The way to avoid that is to remain humble. Now, of course, with everything, it seems that we are defining the terms. What does it mean to be humble? Well, we've already discussed that it is the one that listens, the one that is discerning, the one that waits to speak, that remains quiet. They do not concern themselves with superficial characterizations or distinctions of status. Whatever status that they do have is from the virtues that they hold close to them. And to bring back the analogy of the heart that we were using as something of a disorganized mass of feelings, desires, and emotions that are undirected, not oriented. Our general direction, our general illustration is that of the direction of the emotions away from the self and that which is higher than the self. But where exactly are we telling our emotions to rest if it is not within the self? Then is it, we could say that they should be with God, but even that, it doesn't make any sense. There's no grounding. There must be something that we can ground and yet take away the emotions from an unrightful place, a place that causes this excess of pride, from a place that leads us to a place of shame. Now, what we can ground them in is a process. There are many things about our experience that perhaps aren't intended to deceive, but there are many things that deceive the human mind, whether it be from our perceptions to our emotions, to the principalities of consciousness that are antagonistic towards the truth. I think that this is going to be a rather unsatisfying answer, but it's going to have to do for now. Since we are talking about righteousness, since we are talking about wisdom, our faith must be placed in a procedure that allows us to determine what is true. But I think the important thing here, and the thing that demonstrates the prudence of the wise, is not to place all our eggs in one basket. If we have a method by which we can come to know something is true, and yet it doesn't explain all that there is, of course we need, in the first instance, to have humility, but also be open to a way of understanding that may be outside of that procedure that has proven to be correct in many particular circumstances. Now, what I mean by that, in my mind, I think about the scientific method. A very good method for determining what is true. Often very messy, potentially risky, and difficult, but a very good method at determining the truth of the material world. Secondly, we have our reason. We can, partly through our experience, and again with diligence not to be deceived by all of the things about our personal experience that can upset the revelation of truth. I think our experiences can show us something of what is true. But we have to be careful, because in here it does require a procedure. But the procedure is not bound as strictly as it is with the scientific method. And when I say strictly, perhaps that's not the right word. It's not bound in the same way. It is bound by what is, but it also involves a process. It involves some form of reciprocation. It's not entirely internal. It involves communication with others. It involves understanding how our behavior affects others. It involves understanding causal events in the behavioral sense. It involves understanding patterns both large and small as they relate to the conscious mind. All of this requires care, and it requires treading lightly. It requires grace. There are many different words that I could put in here that seem like they would fit. But the point is that there will always be uncertainty no matter what method we use. But it is important for us to remain faithful that there is an answer. And not to be particularly overbearing with our conception of what is true, because it is possible that it may not be entirely correct. Now I think of, there's a lot of talk these days about conspiracy theories. Many conspiracy theorists and their theories they're correct in some sense but not correct in others. They miss important details, but the painting and the picture that they illustrate is generally correct. And I think it is because when things have not reached the level of personification, when we have I guess we can say the celestial hierarchy of mind, when it has not, when it comes down to us in such a way that we can see evil, for example, but it has not yet been personified. Perhaps it is lurking, perhaps rather heavily, behind the curtain. And although we can hear it behind the curtain, we can feel it, we could smell it, it's possible that when we pull back the curtain, we can't see it for what it is. And that is because what it presents as is constantly changing, but it's not constantly changing in a way that it's unintelligible. But it's constantly changing in a way that we have to be diligent, and we have to be perseverant. We have to pay attention. We have to use discretion. Verse 3 says, "The integrity of the upright shall guide them, but the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them." This integrity is a state, it's a quality of being honest, of a person that has strong moral values, moral uprightness. But we can also think of it in terms of a more material example. If we consider the integrity of an object, it is likely that that object is intact. It is something that is whole. It's unified. Now, this sense of honesty is the thing that at least attempts to retain the whole. That in all cases, I hesitate to say in all cases, but relativism can do us an injustice here, and I'll try to describe what I mean. When I say in all cases, I say that and I mean to say that the whole is what is true. Even if it means, now we've said this before, even if it involves breaking apart of something, because in the interest of what is true, the whole of what is true, if we are living under something that is false, that thing needs to be broken and separated into pieces. Now, if I just led by saying that the integrity of the upright are the ones that shatter falsehood, it just seems like these people are the ones that take a hammer to the institution and just get rid of it. But it is not this thing. It's much broader. This is an element of it. The broader thing is the truth. I'm thinking about that which is upright. And in my attempt to try and find something to grab onto, I'm grabbing onto the most literal things that I can think of. The things that are upright in nature, that are literally upright, otherwise that in a state of anything but that uprightness, it would affect their condition, it would affect their survival, it would affect their purpose. The first thing that I thought of was that of a tree. If a tree is no longer upright, now I'm not saying that it can't be bent to a certain degree. There are trees that grow quite strangely in weird positions at weird angles. But I'm saying that if the tree was completely horizontal and the roots were ripped up from their foundation, that tree would die. It is no longer an upright thing. Now, the uprightness in this sense is a little too literal, I think, to get a handle on what exactly it means to be upright. But there is an element of that is true. That because the tree is no longer in its proper place, it is no longer in a place of uprightness. It is living against the conditions that would provide it nourishment, that would provide it, that would sustain it. In a like manner, we can think of something that is not living. We can think of something like a water bottle. And this is a more subtle example because it's conditional. If I tip a water bottle over and it's empty, who cares? Who cares about its uprightness? It's not attempting to fulfill any purpose at that point. It's just a water bottle. Now, if I put water in it, and its job is to hold that water, and I tip it over on its side, assuming that there's no cap on the top, and the water spills out, it is no longer serving its purpose. It has the condition of being upright no longer serves the water bottle, because it's not in an upright condition, an upright position, literally. Again, a literal example that doesn't really grasp what it means to be upright. Because this uprightness, it doesn't have to do literally with standing upright. But the analogy is such that it must have some practical, experiential relation. This is the thing that tethers it to that which is. It is the thing that unites the subject and the subject's experience through this literal example to that which is objective, or that which is the truth. It is the transjective. But if we are going to pull the main point of this so that we can enrich ourselves spiritually, it must do with this sense of rightful place and purpose. Now, what do I mean by that? What do I mean by this rightful place, and what do I mean by this rightful purpose? It all becomes very utopian so quickly. Starting from humility, we recognize that we are fallen beings. We will make mistakes. But because of our fallen nature and because of the certainty of our mistakes and of the certainty that we will do something false, that we will do something contrary to that which is, I want to say, asked of us, that which is given to us, that which is against your Father is a good example, because the Father is the thing that wants something good for you. Again, an experiential example that doesn't quite grasp onto the totality of it. But I should say that at this point, it's not really the goal to grasp the totality of it, but rather to explain it in a way that it is efficient and easy to come back to. So again, back to the uprightness, the thread that we can draw from this. The thread that is more than the superficial speech of rightness and of purpose, although that may be true, it must fall back on a commitment and an agreement. And that commitment and that agreement involves making a deal. It says, before we even sign the contract, it says, we are going to fail. We are going to upset you. But this is nothing that you don't already know. And because of this, despite all of the potential hardships, despite all of the difficult questions of why, despite the hard realities and burdens that accompany the freedom of will, we will surrender ourselves. We will place the self upon the podium maybe not the correct word, but on the pedestal. But not on the pedestal in a way that we've discussed before in terms of pride. But this pedestal is the thing that points the self out to everything and everyone in this room that we are in. And when we step on that pedestal, it says, I'm allowing you to judge me. I'm accepting that you will judge me. And I say that I will listen to your judgment. And I think that this is, in part, surely there are things that I haven't added in this contract that we have with our Creator, but I think that the upright make this commitment. And they understand that it is going to be painful. But the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them. They don't make the correction that's necessary to avoid the path that leads to hell. It is death. It is the absence of mind. It is the torturing of the soul. It is the awareness. Now, it is, in some case, the death of mind. It is the gradual dimming of the conscious mind, this bare minimum of conscious grasp on reality, and then it is there just enough so that we can be tortured over and over and over and over again. This thing, this place, I guess we can call it, is something that exists at all times. It exists as much for the living as it does for the dead. And what do I mean by that it exists for the dead? Well, it exists, another example, that has a high literal bar, but it is not enough to grasp the totality of it. It is the part of mind, perhaps we can think of it separate than the origin of mind. Separate and yet connected in the sense that it is known, but separate in the sense that it is not that which set in motion the conscious mind, or the consciousness in general, the intelligible reality. That there is something to the world, something that is graspable. That there is something, the thing that set this in motion in the first place, that understands a layer of being and of understanding that is entirely negative, that is entirely self-absorbed, that burns like a fire, that there is existence in something so, that there is sight, and that there is being, that there is existence in something so torturous that its very existence is to be tortured, is to be deceptive, is to be in a perpetual state of longing, is to be promised false things so that one has hope, only to destroy that hope. It is to give just enough as to tempt into the clutches and the arms of this place And then the darkness proceeds, and it covers everything. It confuses the mind, it confuses the emotions. There is this vague sense of reality, and yet there's an uncertainty that there is a reality at all. And this state of hell, this place of hell, is the end of the road that we are referring to at the end of verse 3, but the perverseness of transgressors shall destroy them. Now it is entirely possible that a transgression shall lead to the end of a line of thinking, a line or a way of being. Riches profit not in the day of wrath, but righteousness delivers from death. So the day of wrath, perhaps we can say the day of judgment, now this day of judgment is something that I think we often think about as a singular event that happens at the end of all. While there may be some such point, we will experience this phenomena ad nauseum right up until the end. And the judgment, the day of wrath, it can come to us in a lifetime seemingly inconspicuous, a single life of a single person. And it can find us in the way that it will find those of the whole of the human race at the end. Another way that we can look at this is to think about wrath as extreme anger. We could think about this as a state of man. We could think about it as a state or a spirit that captures a nation or of a people. And it's interesting in this way, if this anger is to consume as much as it blinds, riches profit not. Now, riches, the thing that is valuable. Profit, the thing that adds to riches. The thing that is valuable, the thing that is added to what is valuable, does not occur in anger. Again, that which adds to that which is truly valuable and meaningful occurs not in the day of anger. Now this applies as much as it does to the judgment of man as it does to the expansion of familial bonding within that unit. And what I mean by that is, if something is truly going to be accomplished of value, it is not going to be done in anger. That's not to say that anger is never justified, but for riches to profit, it will not occur through that expression or during that expression. Again, the expression may be necessary to make a point, to say that this is how it is. But the process by which change occurs is other than judgment. Which goes back to this, the lowly, with the lowly as wisdom. Because certainly the lowly in this case would understand that. even an angry father, that establishes something that is known, that puts strict limits, perhaps as a consequence of the behavior of their child. They will have to at some point come back to that situation. Even though the law has been set, or rather has been made known to the child, the lowly come back and they cover. And they make right. They set out on the path that is necessary for that change to occur in order for them to obey that law. There's no greater fuel to obstinance than that of telling an obstinate person that they cannot do something, even if it is true. But righteousness delivereth from death. The righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way, but the wicked shall fall by his own wickedness. Good old righteousness. No matter how many times one encounters that word, it's always difficult to conceptualize. This righteousness. It's a broad term. I think it encompasses many different principles. Each principle it is as a lens through which we can see the world, a lens through which we can see a landscape. And this landscape, much like a landscape that we may observe on the top of a peak or on an observation post, perhaps in a national forest preserve, and we can see as far as our eyes can see, which is quite a lot. It's quite a lot from a high vantage point. There's a lot of different things that we can point out. There's a lot of different things that we can consider. It would take us time to analyze all of that information. And each principle that holds up the meaning of this word, righteousness, is one such observation post. It is one such opportunity of viewing the seemingly endless, but certainly not endless, the viewing of the expanse and the ability of the eyes to see at that moment the landscape that is before us. And so righteousness is a word at the very beginning implies patience. It implies diligence. It implies discipline. For if we imagine that there are an endless number of these hills we have to climb to view upon a new landscape, and each one of those landscapes we sit down and we analyze, and we gather in more and more information to prop up this term that is righteousness. It is our duty to do so. And I think that the characterization of this can be seen as Sisyphean, as though we are constantly pushing a ball up the hill, only for it to be, a stone, I should say, only for it to be constantly rolled down to the bottom so that we have to do it again. But this isn't quite it, because every time we go through the experience, every time we go through that process of analysis, we gain something. We are that much more improved. And the life that we have on earth is our opportunity to take and explore as many of these peaks as we can, to climb as high as we can, to see as far as we can, and to take in as much information that we can. Now there's a caveat in terms of how much information, because although it is true that we should be trying to take in as much information as we can, it matters the type of information that we can consume. And the type of information in this context that leads one to be a righteous person are the principles and the values that prop up that term. There are many things in our experience, there are many types of information that is either meaningless or has nothing to do with righteousness. And these sorts of things should be avoided, or at least be recognized, so that we don't put too much effort into processing and storing that information, because it's just a diversion. Now this righteousness, we understand it to be a lifelong commitment. We generally understand that it is a process. The process is as important as the information that is gained from it. Surely, after each experience, the next experience will be influenced by what we gain, what we learn from the previous. And in this way, I think it makes a little bit more sense to say, the righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way. Now, to set aside perfect for a moment, this direction is influenced by the process of engaging that analysis, of climbing that tower and peering upon the horizon as far as we can, examining its elements. Now, this can be done through different experiences. No doubt it has to be some participation in the world for us to gather that type of information, but it requires an attentive mind, because there are many different situations that we can find ourselves in, situations for which it involves the individual to take action and make decisions. It involves observing conversations and seeing where the conversations are leading, what the opinions of those that are having the conversations mean. It implies examining a certain depth to our experience. A certain depth to our experience. I think that is very important. And every experience that we have, again, whether it be a worldly experience, maybe an experience for bodily sensation, or more of an intellectual experience, all of these situations involve taking in information. All of these situations involve filtering and processing of that information. So the question is, what exactly are we to pay attention to? And I think the frustrating answer is, don't worry too much. We will get there. And when I say don't worry too much, we will get there, this is the slow march of the Old Testament. This is how it is. There will be periods that unfold certain bits of information that are very important. You know, we've seen a fair number so far. This is chapter 11. And we've been introduced to different patterns in the world. Patterns that are introduced through the principality of the celestial hierarchy, that of wisdom we've seen, that of the temptress we have seen. We've seen much of the structure, we've seen the map. We've seen the warnings about the paths not to walk down. Specifics are hard to come by. But just as one can see without their glasses, assuming that they have poor vision, their vision is much improved if the glasses are on. Moreover, from that, if the glasses are far away from one's eyes, the clarity would be much reduced. There would be a large area of blurred vision surrounded by a very small central portion that is clear. But as you move the glasses farther from the face, the smaller the image is that is projected through the glasses. Not just in terms of the area of clearness, but also in terms of the image itself. It appears smaller, because the peripheral vision that remains blurry can appreciate the object for its size relative to its position to us. But the distortion of that light through the lens as it moves closer to the object and away from the face makes it seem as though that object is smaller. And so I say that to say that the glasses are a fundamental thing, and their place and their position is important. Just as saying things like, the righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way, but the wicked shall fall by his own wickedness. It is in some sense saying, you need glasses. It is also saying that there is a proper way to wear those glasses. Now, it seems simple and obvious to us, and it is simple to a certain degree, but it had the implications, if we pay attention to them, and all of the, well, I guess I'll just reiterate the practical implications. Let's say that that would come from either walking with our glasses a foot or 2 feet from our face all of the time, or just not wearing them in general. The kind of effect that would have for somebody of poor vision, the kind of the lack of clarity that it would provide that individual. We would be much reduced in that context, in that situation. Now, I said I wanted to put aside the word perfect, and I'm not sure that I have all that much to say about it, but perfect is a difficult thing to come by. One can drive themselves mad about this perfection. And we are not perfect beings. And we will never be. We are human. And so I'm not sure what to make of that. The righteousness of the perfect shall direct his way. But at the same time, the perfect is not saying, I don't think it implies necessarily a human being, nor does it necessarily imply the individual. It says the righteousness of the perfect. Now, the perfect is the Almighty. It is the conscious order at the top of this whole thing. Now, the righteousness that flows from that would be the perfect. And that shall direct the individual in the person's way. But the wicked shall fall by his own wickedness. Again, this is one of these things about the glasses. If we choose to stay here, we will find many paths that lead from this place. And what do I mean by that? The wicked shall fall Well, it would mean, well, what is the wicked? What does it mean to fall? Now, we've discussed many times about the wicked. In some sense, we can see it as a negative, that which is against the pursuit of truth. And what is truth, other than a sober and humble approach to solving problems? Humble in the sense that they want to know the right answer. More fundamentally, that they believe that there is a right answer, that there is an intelligible order, and that there is a way to see things that are true. And there are various methods by which we can come to the determination of if something is true. And the wicked, it's difficult to say. The pure wicked, it's easy to say. But in cases of poor judgment, in cases of profound emotion that blind one's judgment, in any particular case that involves the perversion of the truth, whether intended or not, I say it is difficult because it is difficult for all of us not to fall into wickedness on one level or another. Now, of course, at the highest level, just as we might envision the perfect, the highest level of wickedness is fairly obvious. It's obvious to those who are after the truth, I should say. Those in the middle, those in the inattentive middle, I think it's easy for these people to be deceived. Now, we can say that there are consequences to choosing what is false. We could take a simple example, like voting for somebody that perhaps doesn't have the best interest of the nation or of the people in mind. It has consequences downstream. We can take a directional example, that there is a right way and a right direction if one is to move from point A to point B. Now, they may take multiple different routes to get there. Some may be faster than others. Some may be more efficient. Some may be more pleasant. Some may take us through dangerous territory. And there are some, the wicked direction, which leads us away from our destination. And so that brings us to the point, well, if we make a decision that has a negative consequence, or if we are deceived, or if we are willfully ignorant, we choose to close our eyes when we should actually keep them open and see and observe. What does it mean to fall? Of course, to fall implies that there is a reduction of some sort. There are many things that can fall. Rain can fall, we can fall, temperature can fall, numerical value in general can fall. It implies going from a higher place to a lower place. And from a condition that is desirable to a condition that is not desirable. But more importantly, that the desire is, again, the alignment problem is in line with that divine order. And to fall from that thing is to reduce oneself away from it, which means that there will be consequences all along that path. The farther one goes, the more severe the consequences get. Now, the truly wicked, those that are willfully wicked, now they do not care about the good, they don't care about the right, they care about themselves mostly. And this eventually will lead to their own downfall, whether it be in their own lives or in the lives of their children. If our place is a place of goodness, and yet we travel to the destination of despair, those that take the right path to this place of goodness will find it. Eventually they'll get there. But those that go in the opposite direction will never reach it. It's just not possible. And so the fall is in some sense this way. It is a choice that the wicked make. Now the wicked may be successful to a certain degree, to a certain way of seeing success. They may be materially abundant. They may have health. But at the bottom of it all, in the true judgment of things and of behavior, and the rightness and wrongness of one's actions, it will be known that the place that is inhabited by these people is incorrect. Now, I'd like to think that time is one of the things that would reveal this. And at this point, I'm not quite sure exactly what to make of how exactly these things are revealed over time. Because it's quite difficult. How does a person know what the light is if they have willfully stayed in the dark? How does a person know what the light is, or what to pay attention to, if all they had known was the darkness? Now, Plato's cave obviously is a good fit for this explanation. Those men that were chained in a cave to a wall, looking at the opposite cave wall. Behind them is a fireplace that illuminates that cave. Again, behind them, people casting shadows onto the wall in front of them, making figures of animals and people and places and interaction. And all these people that are chained up are these low-resolution shadow images that are projected on the wall. Then one is freed, travels up, and out of the cave. He comes to find that it's very difficult to see exactly where he is at. It's difficult to discern and to determine this new resolution. And he has to acclimate himself by looking into the water and see the reflection of this new reality, of this new resolution, for some time before he is able to actually handle peering out into the landscape. And so I say that to say, in part, wickedness is a difficult thing because of its deception, because of our nature. Now I get into the habit of saying that wickedness is possible because of our ignorance and because of our blindness. Perhaps there's an element of that is true, that wicked things can be done under the condition, in the state of blindness, that one just doesn't understand. And also there's a interpretation that is more firmly wicked, which is of the person that does know, they can see, and yet they choose the lower resolution. And I think of these people, the ones that choose this, is because that they are able to manipulate those that are at the lower resolution. The righteousness of the upright shall deliver them, but transgressors shall be taken in their own naughtiness. So a similar sort of thing. We have another repetition here of righteousness. This deliverance. In a sense, it seems like it is a a form of salvation from the unintended. We can put a place mark here. The unintended wickedness of man, of humanity. We can also think of it as the righteous being delivered from those who are not righteous, those who do not give a proper account to their judgments, nor do they wish to. And transgressors shall be taken in their own naughtiness. That is the vehicle by which they are transported. This is something that they have built. This is something that they have built that is substandard. It is of poor quality. It is inferior. And this is the very thing that they are taken in. What they are delivered to. And it would seem that the logical place that this type of person is delivered to is the pit of Sheol or to hell. When a wicked man dies, his expectation shall perish, and the hope of unjust men perish. When a man of his own will rejects the pursuit of truth, and he happens to pass on under whatever circumstances, natural or otherwise, the hopes that he had in life, the expectation, or the reliance on some outcome that one thinks is going to occur, which also relies on some idea of truth and understanding causal relationships, of the way that things are, the way that things probably will pan out. The man that is not concerned with the truth, these expectations, much like his behavior in life, have no firm grounding. They are temporary, as his existence, as harsh as that may sound. It appears as a loose object that is poorly fixed upon some structure as the storm approaches. As the storm comes to pass, that loosely and all loosely fixed objects will be swept up in this storm. But those that are firm and that are in place will remain. The hope of unjust men perish. Hope is another one of these things that is an anchor to something, so that when there is turbulence, when there is disorder, one can remain confident, or one can truly be and remain fixed to something that is. And the wicked, of course, their hopes are placed in things that are not. And as a consequence, they are susceptible to this disorder and to the chaos that can unfold. Now, chaos and disorder are things that have quite lofty implications. We can run through any number of different examples at varying levels of severity. It can infect the depths of one's own soul as it can one's community, one's family, one's nation. The righteous is delivered out of trouble, and the wicked comes in his stead. A hypocrite with his mouth destroys his neighbor, but through knowledge shall the just be delivered. Of the hypocrite is somebody that has standards. They have moral standards, and yet their behavior fails to reach the height of those standards. Or perhaps that the standards that they put forth are just a facade. They don't truly believe in those propositions, and their behavior is entirely contrary. And the mouth of such a person is that which spews lies, that which spews that which is contrary to their own beliefs. Again, this is another form of the wicked. This is a type of wicked behavior. Now, I think it's important just to remember we're talking about this in relationship to the alignment problem. The alignment with the divine, or the divine order, the conscious order. And this specifically is one of the ways in which a man can move off of that path. It is by doing one thing, saying another, saying one thing, doing another. This in itself is an alignment to the self. It's an alignment to the relationship of somebody between two people. I suppose it's less of an alignment to the self, although I could see that if this goes on long enough and is severe enough, then I think potentially there can be a misalignment even within the own self, because the self will be so used to saying one thing and doing another that it can pollute that which the self actually believes. Now, if we were to imagine most human beings as blank slates, or at least pliable, and at the extremes we have the personification of different principalities, and when I mean at the extremes, I mean that beyond the point at which we might say an individual, it's difficult to say, but beyond the point at which the individual has control, that's not quite it. Beyond the point at which the individual is free, let's say it's free of principalities, it's free of a celestial embodiment. It remains open. It remains open to suggestion, open to change, even if it is inhabited and accepts, I think, influence of the heavens. It still retains its will. But going back to the extremes, beyond these extremes, we could think of this mechanistically, we can think of it materially. Certainly it is not beyond our experience to imagine the unfortunate realities of nature. Some people are born with terrible deformities, and of the particularly horrible deformities are that of the mind, and how that can distort the experience of the conscious human being. But moreover from that, there are many cases, there are many pathological cases, there are many different situations in which we can be born not quite into the average blank slate. Some people, for whatever reason, have the structure that I would have difficulty defining anything other than the personification of evil. Now this is, of course, making the case for somebody that is actually born this way. And that's why I say that it is this is the embodiment of that celestial thing, that principality that is south. It is a far southern principality, that it is an evil sort of thing. When I think of psychopaths and sociopaths, certainly it is not uncommon to see, even in the absence of trauma, the manifestation of psychopathic and sociopathic tendencies in adolescence. Now these, along with those others that are not really of the average, of the norm, that exist sort of on the fringes, we will put them aside for the moment, because I want to examine of the norm, of those, regardless of their intellectual ability, of those that retain that willful state, that freedom of will that allows them to choose between right and wrong. How is it that this wickedness, and by extension this hypocrisy, can come into a person? I think one obvious way, one that we have discussed, is by self-interest. It's either a misunderstanding or a willful acceptance of placing the self higher than it should be in terms of what one should value. And if one is going to be a hypocrite, to maintain some sort of self-directed end, it would mean that they would lie in order to achieve something that benefited them, whatever that might be. But this really doesn't explain how a person comes, or how, rather, the wickedness enters the door. Because there has to be a point at which the person responsibly makes a decision and opens that door. That certainly can be in the case of ignorance and blindness, or I think, perhaps more importantly, weakness. That it is difficult to accept what is true and reality. At times, of course. Now, the more righteous a society, I think the easier it is to accept. And the more polluted and unfortunate a culture and a society is, the more difficult it is to accept, in which I think there is a larger role that is played by the various devices of covering, which we can think of as, drugs or alcohol, the things that dull the mind and dim the mind to the important decisions that it has to make. Weakness could also be from a lack of testing. A lack of testing in youth, a particular type of testing that is painful, no doubt, when it occurs, but it is small, and in small doses one is able to build up their tolerance to what is. They are able to build their defenses, their walls against that which attempts to break in. And if we don't have that, the hypocrite will find himself at the door. The hypocrite, of course, an expression of wickedness, says one thing to get in, and yet does another once he's inside. And just as that wickedness had destroyed him, he then destroys his neighbor. But through this process of challenge and overcoming adversity, I guess you could say, we should be probably a bit more specific what we mean about this, what we mean by this challenge. The end of the verse says, "But through knowledge shall the just be delivered." But going back to the societal example, going back to that of the adolescent, the way that one ought to be raised. Perfect situations are hard to come by, but general principles, I think, are invaluable. They cannot be traded for something. Now, this challenge that I am using in the context of raising a child, but of course it applies to every situation in every person's life, no matter what age they are. This challenge is a dispute of sorts. It's an objection to something that is, not necessarily because one believes that it is not, but rather to affirm whether it is, whether it truly is, so that we can have confidence in, so that we can have faith in, or that we can understand that it is not. Now, there are no shortage of challenges that test what is and what is not. And again, I would like to reiterate by saying that the dosing of these challenges at appropriate levels and scales as one is younger and as they progress through their life until they are in adulthood and beyond. These challenges can increase in terms of their ask, in terms of the questions that they posit, the contests that they propose, the demands that they place for proof. Now, a challenge in an adult sense may be finding love in a loveless marriage. Of course, that's a negative example. There could be many positive ones, but that's sort of my contrarian mind. Not that I'm in a loveless marriage. The test often involves the measure of the self to hold up against the stress that is placed on it by the demands of the challenge. And I think often it's easy to see in terms of physical challenges. You know, sports have always been a large cultural staple. And I think it's because this pattern is played out very quickly, rapidly. We are eager to see who has the strength, who has the ability, who has trained hard enough to not only accept that challenge, but excel and to rightfully be the winner And these competitions are all fun and games, but they are games. And the true challenge is scale. The true challenges are between ourselves and our Creator, or the divine Logos. And they're not as explicit as a soccer game or a basketball game with all its very many rules. Not that there are no rules, of course there are, but they're not laid out neatly. It's not known to everybody that watches. It's not readily known to everybody that plays. Which on one hand makes these challenges more entertaining, but also more difficult. Potentially frightening. And in this state of uncertainty, if we hear a comforting voice at the door that says, I know the rules that you should follow. I have what you need to beat this challenge. It takes quite a bit of discernment, I think, to tell if this person is truthful or not. But again, as it says in this verse, a hypocrite with his mouth destroyeth his neighbor, but through knowledge shall the just be delivered. And once more, the knowledge, I think, is obtained through the small steps, the gradual inclination. And yet, society is a complicated thing. Of course, here's the contrarian that is about to spew forth. What happens if the institutions themselves become this, as they are already, an entity? They have a sway, even though they're composed of many individual elements, each with their own ability to choose. They have their own freedom of will. Their congregation together produces a bit of a spirit. It has a celestial presence to it. What happens if that presence itself becomes hypocritical? Not entirely composed of hypocritical elements, but enough to where the spirit has now accepted the hypocrite into its own heart. A disastrous thing for that generation, no doubt, but a difficult challenge to rid oneself of, and then once we are rid of that, then we have to actually face the challenges that are necessary. And for those that are alive at that time, this goes back to the days of Moses and the promise of a promised land, and yet the realization that there would be those, including Moses, that would never see the promised land. Because there has to be this process of death and rebirth in order for the new challenges to behold the young, pliable mind, or perhaps it's the other way around, the young, pliable mind beholds the challenges that are necessary and the burdens that their fathers have upon their backs. Makes it difficult for them to accept those small graduated challenges that are required of youth. And those small graduated challenges over years and years are just years that the parents just do not have. And so just by virtue of time and our finite existence, some are necessarily excluded from the promised land, just by accepting the burdens of the wicked that has entered into their hearts, into their societies, into their homes, whatever. When it goes well with the righteous, the city rejoices. And when the wicked perish, there is shouting. By the blessing of the upright the city is exalted, but it is overthrown by the mouth of the wicked. Now there was a subtle shift that just occurred here. We're following a similar pattern, but we're going up in scale. Right, we had, in verse 9, we had an individualistic example. An hypocrite with his mouth destroyeth his neighbor. But through knowledge shall the just be delivered. Verse 10, we hit the city level. And we sort of discussed in our previous rambling about how the wicked comes in, one of the possible paths that it can come in, and what the consequences of that are. These verses are, again, a solidification of that. It's another prompting to think about how this can occur. That if it is the case that in order to prevent the wicked from getting into the heart and to place all of their different limits on our emotions, our desires, and our feelings, to subjugate the populace or the main body of humanity, again, excluding the outliers, that if we prevent this by the proper rearing of the young, the diligence of the righteous, the accepting of these challenges, the bearing of our burdens, and the discernment of our trust, I would say, then the city rejoices. Then the city is blessed. He that is void of wisdom despises his neighbor, but a man of understanding holds his peace. You know, first impressions of this verse, I think of this illustration. In some sense, it's a biological, physical example. I think of some barrier that separates different concentrations of molecules on one side versus the other. On the outside, there is a higher concentration. This illustration, of course, could be expanded into many different scenarios in the real world. It could be that of a dam in the river. It could be that of a wall keeping enemies out. Now, at some point in that barrier between the higher concentration and lower concentration, we have this magnificent structure. It could be a magnificent gate. It could be a channel protein. It could be a waterway in this dam. But regardless of the exact illustration, this gate I see in some sense as wisdom. Now, it's not all-encompassing of wisdom, but I think it is an interesting starting point to understand what this verse is getting at. In that, if we are to say that this structure, this dividing structure, whether it be a cell membrane, a dam, or a wall to keep out the invaders, if that gate is missing, if that channel protein is gone, we don't have that regulating apparatus. Anything can come in from the environment. And when I say that there is a higher concentration on the outside than on the inside, that implies that the flow, the sort of concentration gradient, will be that from the higher to the lower. And so we will have an influx of these particles into the interior of our being. And this I think, can have inherently destructive effects. That's not to say that we should not let in some of these, given special care. Some things from the extracellular environment are necessary for the cell. And there's this complex interplay between that extracellular environment and intracellular environment. Just as, perhaps, we need to let in the traveler at certain points into the city. We need to let in the country folk from outside to do business. We need to adjust the water levels between the dammed water more proximally and the water more distally. But void of this regulating apparatus, anything and everything can come in. And the discernment that is required to prevent the negative elements from coming in is absent. And in this way, again, it's not all-encompassing of the effects of this void of wisdom. But I think it does serve as a point of understanding that absent that regulating apparatus, and the absence of understanding, of insight, of the requisite experience and good judgment, this hate and contempt can invade our being and corrupt our view of the other. And what might it mean to despise one's neighbor? And I think another good question, well, what exactly is a neighbor? I think in common parlance, a neighbor is somebody that sort of lives next to us. But that doesn't necessarily encompass the whole of it. The neighbor that lives next to us certainly is a neighbor in the intimate sense. But a neighbor could just as easily be a person in a similar community, of a similar ideological bent, of a similar political persuasion, similar by way of being created in an image of a supremely divine conscious mind. And given this broad scale of what we might consider a neighbor, certainly as a person falls outside of the more intimate categories, we increase our wariness, and we perhaps increase our want for filtering and for testing, just in case, to keep ourselves safe. You never know exactly what lies beyond that which is known, or that which is vetted. And so this neighbor is a fellow. And the relationship of this fellow ought to be bound by certain ethical principles. We simultaneously have to keep in mind that there is inherent value in a mind that is created in the image of the divine mind, for all of its potential and for all of the wonder that it has, but also our apprehension and our trepidation for our simultaneous understanding that this same mind has the freedom of will, and the order that it was created under of what ought to be and what not ought to be can be manipulated by this free agent. And as such, it can be a wicked thing. It can be dangerous to those of us who would like to do the right thing, or to do the thing that has been set down in the order of how things are to unfold and how we ought to behave. And so from this, our natural bent towards the neighbor should not be to despise. It should be to approach with caution, but also look towards that which is possible for all of us. Recognize that wickedness may be within the heart of our neighbor, just as it can be within our own hearts. That when we are in connection and communication, even in silence, about our neighbor, that is to say that there are people all about us, living their lives, having difficulties, having successes, having joys, and having defeats. It is not our place, whether it be in public or in private, I think, to secretly plot against. That would seemingly use his being and his existence, his worth, only for some self-directed goal, even at the expense of his condition or his health, whether it be mental or physical, at the expense of parity, at the expense of the way that things are, that we are truly equal beings in terms of our worth in the eyes of the divine conscious entity. And so why do I say all that? Well, remember, this is verse 12. He that is void of wisdom despiseth his neighbor, but a man of understanding holds his peace. The peace that is held is in the recognition of the worth of man. It is in the recognition of his potential. It holds value not in his ignorance or his potential to deceive, but rather his potential to be a good person, to be a good man, to be a good woman. And as we have said, this orientation towards wanting the best of this potential for man does not mean that we surrender ourselves to the deception of others, or the potential deception of others, and wickedness. We still must keep the gate of wisdom strong and reinforced. And we must be discerning and selective at the people that we let in. But of the people that we do not let in, it is not the case that we despise them. A talebearer reveals secrets, but he that is of a faithful spirit conceals the matter. An interesting verse. The talebearer is someone who spreads gossip. It could be scandalous, some rumor. They are, in this verse, a revealer of secrets. Secrets, perhaps, that are in place for some reason. Now, I can see both good and bad in the talebearer. Certainly, it depends on the context. Certainly, the revealer of secrets can have a motive for a good and of evil. Some secrets ought to be revealed, while others perhaps if they are revealed, can be devastating. And it should not be mistaken that the tale-bearer is always in the right, even if they reveal secrets, because it is true to uncover the truth, even if it is hidden in secrecy or in falsehood. I think that there is a potential for misconception here. Truth is good. Certainly we know this. But to use the good and to twist it, to pervert it, to use it for scandal, to use it for one's own amusement, is not the right place for it. And so if a secret should and ought to be revealed, that is, the truth made known, I think care and discretion is warranted. Because there are no shortage of externalities. There are consequences to every action. We may possess the knowledge of how to start a fire, and we may start a fire for cooking ourselves food to sustain ourselves, to keep us and our family warm in a cold environment. Or we may start a fire to burn a house down. In this way, I think the talebearer's character is made known. If we use the talebearer in the previous example, his lack of wisdom leads to the destruction of his neighbor through the spreading of these rumors. Perhaps truth, but misplaced truth. Truth that attempts to disrupt and disunify something that ought to be unified. Now, there's so many examples and possibilities in there that it's difficult to understand exactly how to capture the right principle. But in this way, the talebearer is a snake, slithering constantly through all of these different possibilities. And when they find something particularly vulnerable, they seize it and they strike. In this way, there is this deception and this despise for their neighbor. But he that is of faithful spirit conceals the matter. Now, in the Psalms, we've discussed the nature of the Spirit. Whether or not it is correct is difficult to say, but there is a line of logic that flows through it that I think is useful. And what I mean by that is, our illustration is that of a campfire, or that of perhaps a farmer that burns a pile of leaves, or somebody that burns a pile of leaves in the fall. And the smell that we perceive is one thing. It allows us to understand that the fire is burning, even though we may not see it. And in this way, I conceptualize the Spirit. That is something that is perceptible, and yet it is not seen. By our very perception of something, we know that it exists somewhere in the world. Exactly where it is, it's hard to say. But we know that some process is occurring. And so what does it mean to have a faithful spirit? Well, certainly it means to hold particular beliefs. It is to hold something firmly. It is to hold that which is perceptible but unseen. Now, our being is much like a spirit. It is something that is difficult to identify by pure sight alone. If a person walking down the street views me, they will see a great deal of my superficial characteristics. But my spirit, the thing that is the expression of my soul, is made perceptible to those who experience my behavior, my mannerisms perhaps, my actions, what I believe. All of these things point towards my soul, which is the campfire that burns. The smoke and the scent that is perceptible thereby is the spirit. And the faithful spirit is the one that consistently acts in such a way that allows one to sense and to perceive that they are committed towards the truth and towards good. And so the second part of that verse, but he that is of faithful spirit conceals the matter. Conceal it's a difficult word here because it could be used as interpretation as something that is deceptive. But since it follows faithful spirit, conceal here I think has to do with discernment. It is a sacrifice to a certain degree, because what it means to conceal is to cover and to hide something. To cover and to hide something, I think in and of itself, is almost similar to that of the spirit of the tale-bearer, the snake-like existence and being. But the tale-bearer is the one that reveals for the sake of disunity and destruction. But in the case of the faithful spirit, it is concealed for the sake of bringing together, to prevent the dissolution. Now the complication arises when the dissolution is necessary, when the union itself has become something that is destructive. Now this verse doesn't give us all of the potentials. It prompts us to explore them. It prompts us to explore the potential conditions in which this might be true. And so what we can say is that it is probably not true in every circumstance. But again, there's a logical through line that runs through the tale-bearer that is inherently negative, that is inherently snake-like. And there is a through line, a logical thread that runs through the faithful spirit, that when he acts in a concealing manner, to conceal the potential for disunity in a way that is antagonistic to the good of man. Now, if I were to think beyond this verse for a moment, what the consequences are of concealing something. If one is to have a spirit that can be perceived by another as being directed towards what is higher, what is highest, would this concealment alter the perception of their spirit, that this scent, rather than of the burning of the leaves in the campfire, is the burning of something else, something noxious, a chemical. Perhaps when we smell it, maybe it's unfamiliar to us, but we understand that this probably is not something that we should be inhaling. Or would it be seen as something that is protective? Is it a fragrance of a particular tree that comes to us in the morning, a nice sweet smell? It must be a sweet smell if it comes from the faithful Spirit. But again, in regard to viewing the potential consequences of this, it can be difficult to see if this concealment is indefinite, or if the secret ought to be gingerly revealed under circumstances that allow for understanding. And perhaps that is the key. The talebearer reveals secrets void of wisdom, while the faithful Spirit conceals these secrets with wisdom. So that in the future, if something is to be uncovered or understood, it is in such a way that does good. Where no counsel is, the people fall, but in the multitude of counselors there is safety. Now, a counselor is somebody that guides. It is somebody can be of a particular authority. This is something that transcends just the organizational level. It applies as much to the individual as it does to a nation or a town, some community. And I think that what this verse is pointing at, not only does it deal with the obvious, that is, if there is nobody guiding the path of an individual, it's easy for the individual to go off path. But even among those who do the guiding, it is appropriate that we have more people to deliberate and to debate. Otherwise, the person that is doing the guiding can also be walking down the wrong path, and the path that they are guiding others towards or down is incorrect. And so this points to something that we take for granted in the modern day. And I say take for granted, we're on the knife's edge, it would seem, because these days the government is quite large, its social apparatus is expanded. The political views of people have changed quite dramatically to a more socially responsible government. Debate has taken a back seat, I think, in many affairs. In Congress, there has been this gradual stratification of authority. And again, debate has taken a back seat. What is written into law, or law in general, is written behind the scenes, and it is given to the head authority figures for congressmen to vote on. Certainly there still is debate in the Congress, but much stifled in the debate that there is. Who knows how much of that actually has an effect on the policy that's actually written. A difficult scenario to find ourselves in, but not to get too far from this verse. The point is, assuming that there is effective counsel and that the opinions are considered seriously, then the probability for a truthful outcome to occur increases. Because we have, in the state of a multitude of counselors, in the verse it says there is safety. But what is safety but free from the type of risk that would lead to a certain type of harm, whether it be bodily harm or psychological harm? And when I say harm, I don't just mean challenge, but I mean harm in the sense that like a rape can affect a person, or a murder can affect a person, or a traumatic car accident can affect a person. These types of things have lasting harm. And the counsel and the counselors are there to guide and to navigate through the waters so that we miss these sinkholes, so that we don't slip into the type of harm that can seriously damage a society and a civilization. He that is surety for a stranger shall smart for it, and he that has suretyship is sure. Now, I had to do some digging on this one because at first I misinterpreted the verse. I initially thought that the expression shall smart for it had something to do with benefiting from, or becomes increases in understanding because of. But apparently this is not what the verse is referring to. And due to the second half of that verse, and he that hates suretyship is sure, caused me to pause and to do further research into the verse and the meaning of the verse. So what it's saying here is that one that accepts the burdens or the debts of another person shall bear the consequences for that. There are potential harmful consequences. And the potential harmful consequences are, obviously, if the person doesn't repay the debt, then the person that vouches for that person will be responsible for that debt. Now, if they exercise discretion and they say, wait, I'm not going to do that, they're exercising a degree of prudence, and they will not incur that burden that the individual that now is unable to pay the debt has to pay. Now, on the other hand, when I first interpreted the verse, I went through a few different thought experiments about, well, what good would it do if somebody was actually to take the responsibility of somebody else's burden, or financial burden. And I came to an understanding that if one is able to sufficiently work through the problem that had led to the debt in the first place, the behavior that led to that debt, not only would the person that was in debt benefit, but they themselves would also benefit, because they've gone through a procedure, a journey, perhaps an emotional journey, between two bonded people. And the position of accepting the responsibility of somebody else's burden, although dangerous and insecure, I think accepting that responsibility does have a potential upside to it. But at the same time, the exercise of prudent and wise financial dealings, while not overly extending oneself by accepting their burdens, is also wise. So, in conclusion, I think the prudent thing for an individual would be to not necessarily accept their burdens and to pay their debts, but rather to help them as they are in their condition. They're still responsible for it, but there's nothing wrong with helping somebody else through a difficult situation. Verse 16, a gracious woman retains honor, and strong men retain riches. Now, a gracious woman is one that is kind, she is compassionate. She is merciful, loving perhaps. But certainly there is more than that, because certainly she can be these things, But for her to retain honor, it's not purely in her submission. I think along with those things, discernment and wisdom have to be placed in there. Wisdom, of course, is viewed in the Proverbs as a principality, a female principality. And so when she retains this honor, she has respect, she has esteem. By the same token, strong men retain riches. A strong man is a man that understands his convictions. It's a man that is active. A man that pursues that which will benefit him and his family. Not necessarily in a selfish manner, but in a rightful manner. It is the connection between one's character and the successes that they have in life. The merciful man does good to his own soul, but he that is cruel troubleth his own flesh. Now I feel a bit guilt when I read that verse, because I think I am not quite sure of it yet, but I think I am guilty of something in here. The merciful man does good to his own soul. I'm not sure I can say that I have done good to my own soul. I think there are things that I have done that have surely been good to it, but there are many times I think that my way of thinking and my lack of grace and the judgment that I placed upon myself is enough to lead to stagnation. And of course, the very judgment that is saying stop being stagnant is the thing that leads to the stagnation. It's a vicious cycle. And I think that when the attempt at grace comes in, there is a difficulty distinguishing between that which is praise or being proud or selfish, and that of true grace and true lenience. And I think that true grace and true lenience comes in when the correct duty has been done. The correct duty, of course, is a difficult thing. All of us are called to different things. Some of us are perhaps trapped, or feel trapped, I think that's a better word, feel trapped in certain decisions that they've made in life. But we are not bound by unchanging circumstances. Certainly we are bound to a certain degree by our decisions, but it's up to us to make the change, the rightful change, and to commit ourselves to what is good. And so herein lies the key term, the merciful man. So what does it mean to be merciful? When I think of mercy, I think of the big picture, romantic type of narrative in which a person's life is spared by another because of mercy. That is to say that there was every opportunity for somebody to take another person's life. Perhaps they had good reason to do so. And yet the merciful thing, instead of taking the life or to exert a harsh punishment, a punishment that would, like I was saying, lead to a state of antagonism, where any good outcome is severely inhibited. The merciful response is forgiveness. It's forgiveness with, I want to say discernment. But what do I mean by that? It's forgiveness with something attached to it. Now, what this thing that is attached to it is not, is some backhanded claim that would undermine the forgiveness itself. It is a package deal that this forgiveness comes with a reasonable request. And that request, whether it be from the self to the self or the self to another person, or if we are on the receiving end, it is for the person who has done harm to another to make the commitment that they will do good in the future. But he that is cruel troubles his own flesh. I think there are a few different ways that one can interpret that. I'll define cruelty in this sense as a disregard for the feelings and perhaps the beliefs or the circumstance of another. Now, the troubling of of one's own flesh, I think it implies sort of a causal effect that cruelty eventually may come back around. Almost like in the sense of karma, but it's not just that. There's something more to it than that. And when I say there's more to it, there has to be more to it. Otherwise, true change of one's behavior would only be, or I should say, it would be very difficult for that to occur, truthfully. And that is because that one would decide not to be cruel in order only for cruelty not to be exerted upon them. And that's not quite right. To completely eliminate cruelty, it has to come from a place where cruelty has no place to be. And if it cannot be, because man truly believes that cruelty is against the way of things, or the way that things ought to be, regardless of the potential consequences of he himself being a cruel person, I think is, again, the way in which one avoids cruelty altogether. But this matter of the flesh, that of the body, that of that which is lower than the conscious mind, the thing that is normally controlled by the conscious mind, it is also the thing that supports the conscious mind. And so, the kind of mind that willfully causes pain or suffering to others, and having no or feeling no concern, no empathy about that, this type of person is going to be so self-absorbed, so lost in their own misunderstood idea of their own worth, that they will lose sight of the very thing that supports them, which is the body, and the relationship therein. It's a difficult thing, I think, to conceptualize, but once the self has become this, I want to use a word like a devil or an evil thing, something that is completely shut out from the light that permeates the darkness, or that voice that says what is good, and rather than there being a standard outside of the self for what is considered to be good, the self produces whatever the self can produce that would and will satisfy it even at the expense of the body. And so this is a possible path towards the type of physical dependency, like an addiction, which is a tyranny of the mind that brings the body under significant distress. In the case of a ruler, which is something that I think about, being a cruel man, certainly there has been plenty of cruel rulers. It is also possible that the troubling of one's flesh, the bodily needs, they oscillate with increasing intensity, and that there's nothing that really seems to satisfy. And so just like in our example of a physical dependency, the needs of the body being so troubled and the mind so preoccupied inside of itself is hearing all of this information that the body is telling it, and yet it can't satisfy. It cannot listen. Here I see another path, that of the path of decadence and of laziness, of slothful behavior. A self-centered pursuit for which the body eventually seems to have more wisdom and understanding than the mind. The flesh troubled by, again, that behavior. And the mind does whatever it can to tempt or to bribe the body into ceasing its unending judgment, by giving it women, by giving it food, by giving it various substances, rather than taking a mindful approach, using it, exercising it, attending to it. The wicked works a deceitful work, but to him that sows righteousness shall be a sure reward. Now, in the interest of annoying myself and whoever might listen to this in the future, I'd like to again discuss the nature of the wicked. Every verse affords an opportunity to find something anew. And I think that my thought is that within our experience, I think there are an endless number of useful scenarios and situations, even if we live a relatively mundane life. It's still a life, and it's still teeming with information. If we attend to it, if we pay attention to the right things. And so the question is, well, what in my experience have I noticed of this wickedness? How can I see it? How can I perceive of it? There are two different roads that we can walk down. We could use a personal example, and we can use an example perhaps that is seen outside of myself. But I'll take the personal example for now, in the absence of a readily available example of an external experience with someone or something. So of my personal experience, I'd like to begin with temptation. Temptation is the man that is at the door that tempts you to open it so that he can come in under false pretenses in order to infect his host, just like a virus invades the body. Now, this temptation is always a subtle thing of the heavenly realm. I think it involves our view, it involves our vision, it involves where we look in the metaphorical sense, what we attend to. And at every corner, at every turn, the question exists, am I doing the right thing at this moment? What is the right thing at this moment in time? Should I be constantly burdened by and anxious because of the possibility of the man at the door? I think the answer to that is not necessarily. Certainly not necessarily if one is confident in their defenses. But by the same token, the confidence in one's defenses may divert one's gaze just enough for that to seep in. And so we have this fine line, this fine balance between the dreaded anxiety over our condition, our existence more broadly, and what that means for us to be tempted by this wickedness, and also to be called towards something, and the ignorance that lies in between those two things. But when I hear it knocking, I hear it calling towards laziness. I hear it shaking a rattle. You know, if we are to shake our heads very fast and try to, perhaps violently fast, perhaps we're jumping up and down and we try to focus on something central, it's certainly possible. But it makes the task more difficult because it requires a greater degree of concentration. And the question is, perhaps I don't need to put this forward as a question, but the thing that we are looking at, we must have some reason for doing so. And let's say, for the sake of argument, that we're looking at something because we feel that it is the right thing to do. For example, I'm in the middle of studying for a big exam that is required by the state to perform a certain professional duty. There's a part of me that feels that this is something that is worth focusing on. There are reasons downstream that perhaps I haven't worked out fully, perhaps that produce some anxiety in me. Am I doing this for the right reasons? Am I doing it for selfish reasons? And I think that some of these, unfortunately, can come back, and they can haunt. They can disturb, they can rattle. It's the insecurity and the lack of confidence that I think draws the man towards the door. He can smell, just like a nice restaurant, you could smell the aroma of what's being cooked. This confusion and the disorientation, or the uncertainty and the lack of confidence, is one of these such aromas, I think, that attracts this wickedness. But there's always subtlety, and there's always room for discernment. I mentioned confidence before as something that can be the undoing, that of somebody's overconfidence in something. And so we have two conditions. We have the possibility of overconfidence and underconfidence. But what does that mean, over and under? It seems to imply that there is a mark at which the confidence should be aimed at. Otherwise, there would be no reason to categorize confidence as being above or below that thing. And I think that that thing is what we were discussing earlier. It is the alignment to the way that things ought to be. Now, thankfully, I think within our experience there are multiple paths towards a central point. There are multiple angles that we can take to see the same thing. And perhaps it's a matter of a certain type of individual with a certain type of disposition that predisposes him or her to a certain level of anxiety about where he is in this over or undershooting, or how accurate his aim is to be on target. I think that the thing at the margins, that is the wicked man that understands this misalignment in attention. And if it is not completely locked in, there's a chance for him to get in. Just like a door that's not locked, there's a chance to get in. Or perhaps a door that's poorly secured, there's a chance to get in. Now, I would not like to make the suggestion that life should be lived in fear, nor should I like to make the suggestion that life should be lived completely in comfort, security, some delusion of mind. But rather, I think that the important thing to keep in mind is that this way of things, I think, is the way of things. If there is going to be a truth, there is a wrong. But back to the verse, I think what has been outlined here is my attempt at outlining the deceitful work. Verse 18 again, the wicked worketh a deceitful work. But to him that soweth righteousness shall be a sure reward. So now what can we say in relation to the illustration that we had just come up with about this scale? In the middle we have our alignment, and at the over and under we have the possibility for temptation and for this wickedness to come in that would wish to further disrupt and move us away from that center. Where does righteousness fit in here? Now, the language that is used is to sow. Another word for that would be to plant. As a practical illustration, that one plants a seed, we expect that in some time in the future it will yield something. It also implies that what we do now must have some view of the future in mind so that we can reap that harvest. And this, I think, has to do again with the alignment. That what we plant, what we focus on now, should be for the future. I mentioned at the outset of this verse describing a violent shaking of a person. I added the jumping up and down and trying to focus on some central point. Perhaps it's a small point, perhaps it's a big one, doesn't matter. We do so even though it may be difficult. Sometimes it's easier than others. But we do so for that planting of the seed. We do so that in the future, the violence and the difficulty that is experienced on focusing decreases. It decreases as time goes by, decreases as life goes on. And as this violence shakes, the inattentiveness subsides, we come closer to that which is. We gain true confidence rather than false confidence. And to our insecurity we add rightful security. And I think in this way we gain righteousness. It is an effect, it is a consequence of being in alignment with what is right. As righteousness tends to life, so he that pursues evil pursues it to his own death. So as we are oriented towards the future, as we take aim, we release our hypothetical arrow towards the target. Part of what we must aim at is life, or the goodness of life. And just as we plant the seeds for the future, we do so with life. Through the raising of children, through the proper upbringing, proper rearing of them. Whether it is those of us who have children or those of us who do not, but still make an attempt and an effort to contribute to the future, to contribute to the good, to contribute to life. Now, life itself, a finite thing for the individual, but a seemingly infinite thing to the mind. Of course, the individual is in the mind, but the individual, with all of his ideas of himself and of his body, of his feelings, his desires, there's a piece of him that I think is eternal. A piece of him that is not entirely defined by the individual that is himself. That selfless portion of him that can sacrifice for the future. Not for his own good, of course, because he will not live to see it, but for the good, without any conditions. So that he pursueth evil, pursueth it to his own death. Now it's interesting, the language here, because we could think of this as an individual. Perhaps rather I should say that we started this by thinking about this individual. We started thinking about life through the lens of the individual, saying, well, the good can be done to many different things. It could be done to the self as it can be done for its own sake. For the sake of that which set this in motion. That which is life, that which has created life. But the pursuing of evil is the pursuing of falsehood. It is the pursuing of deception, the pursuing of wickedness. It's quite a heavy principality. It is the underlying substrate by which the wicked feeds. If the wicked is a condition of man and his choices, evil is the target at which the wicked aims for, just as in our previous illustration of the man that attempts to do good aims towards the good despite all of the temptation. The wicked does the opposite, aims in the opposite direction, aims south instead of north, aims in the negative direction rather than the positive. And so in a literal sense, this can lead to his own death through his own selfish behavior. It can lead to such poor decisions in life that lead him to such a state of physical deprivation that it can actually lead to his death. The lack of foresight and of discernment in that sense. There's a sacrifice, in the most extreme cases, even of the self, for the negative and for the evil. Just as in the case of good, the sacrifice of the self, in some sense, is necessary to see what is beyond. Because if we just focus on the self, then good may come to it, but good itself is much diminished if it's limited to the self. The same as evil, just in the opposite direction. They that are of a froward heart are abomination to the Lord, but such as are upright in their way are his delight. A straightforward verse here. The froward is somebody that is contrary, somebody that leads away from. This is a fundamental misalignment. And of course, the upright are the opposite. Those are that lead towards. That's why they are the delight. Though hand join in hand, the wicked shall not be unpunished, but the seed of the righteous shall be delivered. A difficult thing to accept, even through agreement, even through cooperation, even through differences that are set aside. There will still be punishment for those that walk astray. As a jewel of gold in a swine's snout, so is a fair woman which is without discretion. So there are a few different things I think that could be said about this verse. The first impression that comes to mind is to put a jewel of gold in a swine's snout seems to be not the wisest decision, because that piece of jewel, that gold, is worth something. It could be traded for something valuable. It could be traded for another swine, perhaps. The swine in and of itself is a valuable thing, but to decorate it like we would a human being seems to serve very little purpose. Now we follow that with, so is a fair woman which is without discretion. This is sort of a comparison. Now, a fair woman without discretion, of course, is not a positive thing, just as a jewel of gold in the swine's snout is not a positive thing. But what does it mean necessarily for the woman to be without discretion, and how does this relate to the jewel in the swine's snout? That which is valuable that is placed into something lower. But perhaps that's not the right interpretation, because both the piece of jewel, the gold, and the swine have value to the human being. It is the placing of one thing of value to another that don't quite match. It is a poor combination. Separating the two, it would seem, would be more of an appropriate condition. And this idea of separation is what comes to mind when I think of discretion. More importantly, perhaps, I think of judgment. I think of the freedom to choose. But to go back to what it means to be a discerning individual, it has to do with recognition and perception. The quality of being able to distinguish between one thing and another, to have an adequate grasp, a hold of one's senses. They're able to properly attend to the senses that would allow them to see what is true, to properly attend to filter out the irrelevant information. And for the woman, this is particularly important, especially when we consider who she chooses to pick as a potential mate, who she chooses to have children with. Poor discretion, the lack of separation and distinction between mates, can make the difference between a man that does not provide well, it does not contribute to the upbringing of the child, and therefore the child having a difficult time in life, not being able to provide for himself, not being able to make sense of the world in a timely manner, but also in a sort of a holistic manner, in more of the ancient context, but of course it applies today as well. But the provisional aspect, I think, is important. As the woman becomes pregnant and she is carrying that child, there are responsibilities that she has to take care of that child. But more so in the ancient world, the husband was responsible for securing food, doing the hard labor, so that both her and the child survive. The first part of this verse is very telling, and I would like to return to it for a moment. I think we've cleared a lot of the low-hanging fruit. Another interpretation, I think, of that as a jewel of gold in a swine's snout. I think of extravagance. I think of this decadence that has gone far. It is stretched farther than it ought to be stretched. So that which is lower, that which is often involved with filth, that is this swine, the thing that provides us with food. It is something that sustains the body. Things of gold, things that excite. This is another interesting. The gold itself has often been used as a two-sided coin. It's on one side of the coin, there's often this hesitation, this warning against going after superficial things, fulfilling superficial desires, which gold, choice silver, all this sort of thing fall into that category. That although that the gold and silver is necessary to an extent to participate in the world and in society, to use it as a medium of exchange, to provide us with things that are fundamentally important to our survival. And I suppose this is more so in the modern day. Despite our separation from the gold standard, the details don't matter so much. The point is, if there is a possibility of our self-sufficiency outside of that standard of value, then we should take it. If we have to participate in that standard, then so be it. But we have to understand that that standard has its own place. And it is subservient to, it is subject to a higher standard. So that would be the first thing that I say about gold. Now the interesting thing is, again, two paths can follow from this. One is that there is the side of the coin that represents the value of the gold that is placed into the swine, again, that which is lower. It's an inherent mismatch of value. We talked about standards earlier. In this sense, we have a higher standard that is matched or paralleled with a lower standard. Now, what might that mean? Well, in the case of its utilization, we use the swine differently than we use that of gold. The gold is a medium of exchange. The swine can also be a medium of exchange. The gold can be something of decoration. The swine is filthy. And so you don't decorate something that is filthy. It's an antagonism. It is a contradiction. Moreover from that, this contradiction is frowardness. This is something that we hear repeatedly in the Proverbs, this word, froward, F-R-O-W-A-R-D. It is that which is contrary. That which is contrary to the way things ought to be. And this contradiction and this antagonism is against the way things ought to be. We should not decorate that which is lower. To decorate something is to beautify something, to elevate it to some higher standard. We could think possibly of a mantle or of some special place in the home. I think of a Christmas tree that has some ritualistic purpose to it, although certainly not a sophisticated symbol, but it does have a unifying element to it, that it brings family together, that we decorate it together, we gather around it to share gifts with one another, to be thankful, this sort of thing. Now the other path that's possible is the other side of the coin that I mentioned about this gold, that this warning against gold as something that can deceive the mind, it can be the thing that grasps onto the heart, which is this untethered thing that is such a blessing to have, as it is one of our important organs that helps us experience the world. And when I say experience, I mean to fill it with something. It has an inherent substance, it has an inherent quality to it, these feelings and these desires. Left to their own devices, left to the ignorance of the mind of man, left to his interpretation of society and his role in it, left to selfish behavior, he could find himself in a situation in which he sees gold as the true value of life, the only true value in life, and that his pursuits, all of his efforts, should be after this thing that is gold, as after that standard of value. Now, one possible interpretation, this is not an accurate interpretation because of the follow-up sentence, and so this might just sort of be a waste of time, but I think nonetheless it's an interesting thought. As sort of a joke, to place a piece of jewel onto the swine's snout, to say almost defiantly that this piece of gold is something that is substandard. It is to say that I recognize the value that this gold has to whatever standard that it has, but in my mind I view it the same as I view the swine. Now, it's not this way because for practical purposes, this would not be something that you would see. You would not see this often. If you see it as a joke, then it's a joke, but it's not ubiquitous. It's not something, it's not something common. The sense would be alive in the joke. But outside of the sense, and of course after the joke has taken place, the gold would be removed. It would not stay. But in the person that has poor sense, that has poor discretion, poor discernment, they would value, and they would say, this swine ought to be decorated. This lowly creature ought to be decorated. Now, I don't say that this creature not ought to be respected, but I mean decorated in the way that the human being can celebrate his conscious experience, his or her conscious experience. And it's very important that outside of jokes, outside of that which is not serious, that we do have appropriate practices, the things that we decorate are appropriately decorated, that they serve a purpose, that we continually recognize this stratification of standards, from gold all the way up to heaven. So a little bit of a roundabout interpretation of that verse, but along with the detours, I think we have established a sufficient meaning. The desire of the righteous is only good, but the expectation of the wicked is wrath. This is one of these verses that we find in series, similar and yet slightly different. The themes of the righteous and the good are themes that are continually hammered. Now, I think this flows well with the previous verse because we talked about the heart. We talk about its desires, especially in relation to gold. We talk about superficial desires. We talk about what ought to be the standard, what our feelings and our desires should be tied to, what standard our feelings and desires ought to be tied to. And here we see something explicit. We see that it should be tied to the good. The desire or the production of the heart should be tied to the good. And if it is so, then this is a righteous person. Now, I don't know if we talk much about the good, even though it's mentioned quite a bit. Perhaps we have, certainly we have defined it, but in terms of comparing that to what we say about wickedness and righteousness, perhaps our definition of good is lacking. So what can we say of this good? Well, we can start by saying that the good is in alignment with the divine logos, the conscious entity that allows for our experience, the conscious entity that allows for discernment to occur at all, the intelligibility of the world and the things that we find around us, the very ability to recognize that something is good or that something is wicked. What can I say of goodness? What would I appeal to appeal to goodness? Certainly I should appeal to God. Why is my first instinct to appeal to the heart, to my feelings when I've felt what I think of as good? But of course, when I think about it in any particular detail, I recognize that I may feel good in a particular moment, and there may be good elements about the situation that is occurring, but it doesn't necessarily correlate completely to my feelings. Again, an alignment problem. as much as the feelings of goodness and the understanding of goodness applies to the alignment, what is actually good for the self, applies to the self and its deeds in relation to that which is supremely good. And so I think of something like alcohol. I think of something like, let's say, a long day, and at the end of the day, the response and the wind down period involves alcohol. And the alcohol is the thing that it blunts the senses. Well, it depresses the senses. The senses not so much, but it depresses that part of ourselves that is nagging at us, this nagging exhaustion and stress. It dampens that. There is a way in which we can interpret that as good. But the way in which we interpret that as good is by attaching that to a feeling of falsehood. Because what we have done is we have not properly dealt with the stress. We have not properly untied the knot that has restrained us that day. We have covered it. That thing will return to us. We'll feel good in that moment under the influence of that substance, but we cannot escape it. And so in this way, our conception, if we do conceive of this behavior as good, is actually false. It would be considered froward, and by extension probably a degree of wickedness. And so again I ask the question, what does it mean to be good if we cannot completely rely on our feelings? Well, there are certain staples and certain principles that I think we ought to go by. I think the care and discernment for the future, that we set ourselves up for a condition that is better than that which we find ourselves in. But certainly it's the case that every condition that we can think of, there is a potential for wickedness to seep into it, and for us to be knocked down a rung, to be misled down a different path, misled perhaps a few degrees, and by the end, or by X number of days, X number of months, X number of years, that small degree and diversion of that path has led us wildly off course. And perhaps we are, if we are to compare between the righteous path and the path that we are on, we are a mile in length from that path, or more. Beyond what's even worse would be beyond that which we can see. The path that we have chosen for some inferior purposes led us into a state of blindness. And so I say that to say that it is difficult, because we don't really know. What we can do is we can have faith, and we can continue to practice. We can continue to practice goodness. We can continue to recognize that there is such a thing as goodness. We could be grateful. We could say thank you for, and then we could say the reason why we are thankful for. It's easy to be fatigued by not knowing. It's easy to be insecure of judgment. It is more difficult to be confident in what is right when so much is unknown. But again, I'd like to reiterate that what one believes and what one has faith in, at the very minimum, I think can be seen as right if they have faith in such a thing as rightness itself. And from that foundation, we build our practices. whatever fruits we find there we can have, we can keep. And it should not be that our fallen nature is the thing that undoes us. It should not be the thing that continually undoes us. We must, by the will of our own, be the makers of our experience. Be the makers of our experience in such a sense that we uncover, rather than be the creators. We are the explorers, rather than the engineers. Of course, we can design things, but we design things under the recognition of certain things that are, under certain conditions, under certain laws. And we can only do so if we understand that there is such a thing that is possible for something that is to be known. But the expectation of the wicked is wrath, a strong anger, and indignation, an annoyance. It's provoked by something that is perceived as unfair. So this is an interesting expectation of that wickedness. Or is it saying that anger itself is the way of the wicked? Or is it saying that misplaced anger is the way of the wicked? That is to say that the way one feels at something that is unjust, if they are wicked, then what they believe to be just is false. And so is it the case that their feelings and their desires, at their falsehood, and therefore that anger, that increases and turns into something that is extreme, that they feed off of, that we feed off of, that I feed off of, that I can feed off of, that we all have the potential to feed off of. But what is anger? What is that thing that I feel at times that I draw from? Sometimes I feel like it's necessary to put one foot in front of the other, that I draw from that place. Now I perceive of that place as a place of anger. It's not the only source that we have or that I have to draw from, but it is one that is there, that exists. Perhaps its very existence is the result of some wickedness. Surely the source of our action should not be tied to such things. But I have to wonder, in what cases would this be tied to that which is truly just? And perhaps it's not for me to decide. Perhaps it's not for man to decide. Perhaps this is something that I'll have to return to. There is that scattereth, and yet increases, and there is that withholdeth more than is meet, but it tends to poverty. So let's start with the first part of that. There is that scattereth, and yet increaseth. This reminds me of the proverb, I don't remember what chapter, maybe it's 3 or 4, in which we have that woman that separates, that attempts to separate from the whole, and When I think of scattering, I think of that which separates from the whole. Or at least, if it's a singular example, I think of the behavior of my cat. Cats are prone to skittish behavior. They scatter quite readily upon a simple disturbance. And yet, that symbol, in their experience, they start from a place of stability, so seemingly undisturbed, and then, almost like the flip of a switch, they scatter quickly. And it's a simple statement, there is that scattereth. In a sense, they're saying, there is something that exists in the world, in your reality, that scatters. That which disperses, moves in different directions, and yet increases. And what might that mean? Certainly not like the cat that scatters out of fear. What is something that scatters, that moves out, that separates, that moves into random different directions, that allows us to increase, that allows for an increase? Fundamentally, I'd say that this is light, a symbol for that which is known. The light scatters readily and rapidly. It makes the surrounding environment visible to us. It makes it known in a certain sense. And in that way, we are increased for our understanding and our knowing. On the other hand, there is an example of that which withholdeth. To withhold something, it's to keep it, to prevent it from scattering. Perhaps to keep it hidden from view, the opposite of this scattering of light. There is that withholdeth more than is meet, but it tendeth to poverty. Now that statement, more than is meet, I'm not quite sure what that means. But it tendeth to poverty, I can understand that which that was withheld, that knowing and that understanding. The understanding of the right choices to make, perhaps, at the right time, the decisive decisions, the strategic decisions, having that withheld from us in our experience and our choices in life. Certainly this can lead us to a state of poverty, whether it be of material circumstance or that of mind. Now perhaps this more than is meet, I think, implies beyond that which means to come together. To withhold can also be to prevent the separation of, more so than that. To be in a condition of togetherness, to hold that condition. Beyond that, beyond it in such a way, we can move beyond in a few different directions. We can move beyond in a negative direction. More than is meet. More than that would satisfy. Withholding more than is appropriate or that is necessary. Excessive selfishness, perhaps. And in the former example, those that give generosity and prosperity. The liberal soul shall be made fat, and he that watereth shall be watered also himself. So this seems to me to be a bit of an ambiguous verse. Surprise, surprise. The word liberal, especially in the modern context, has a charged meaning to it. I think there are many different roads that we can walk down to describe this verse. I think one of the things that sticks out to me is that initially it sounds like a negative. The liberal soul shall be made fat. But then it's followed up by, and he that watereth shall be watered also himself. And the thing that gets me is the and not but. And so it would seem to imply that we have a double positive here. But I'd like to offer more than one interpretation, both a positive and a negative. Because of the liberal of this word, certainly there are two conditions, a positive and a negative condition. I just started this recording again after pausing last night, and I had just arrived back home just now, and on my way up to my apartment, when I was in the elevator, I was thinking of a hypothetical. I often think about these useless hypotheticals about social interactions that I might find myself in and how I might respond to them. Sort of a silly thing, but also a bit entertaining. And I found myself thinking about a person talking about the topic of education. And often, when I find myself thinking about these situations, I often have, it's a very unsophisticated answer. It's just first, feeling. Perhaps it's just what I'm feeling at the moment, and this is sort of represented in this narrative that I'm spinning up in my head, but it's never really all that sophisticated, the argument or the response to somebody's question. But in response to the question, or perhaps it wasn't even a question, it was more just a reflection on the nature of universities. And my initial gut reaction was, the universities these days are largely a waste of time. Now, I didn't in my mind say these days. I was thinking largely universities are a waste of time and money. And of course, as the door of the elevator opened, and I continued to think about this narrative and how that wouldn't quite sit right with me, although there are plenty of reasons. I think that one can say that the universities are a waste of time and money, and perhaps there is a basket full of reasons why that might be the case in the contemporary context. But as my foot passed that threshold, the elevator onto my floor, I thought, you know what? You know better than that. The institutions of man have always changed. And as they go through a process of change, I think it's often difficult. It's often easy to find oneself chained to or serving one's feelings, one's most immediate emotions. That goes for any argument, really, any superficial argument. But what I'm saying is that in my narrative, the thing that I wanted, the point that I wanted to get across to this hypothetical It was a hypothetical couple in this elevator. The point that I wanted to get across is that I'm not entirely sure how I feel about American institutions at the moment. I did not feel as though I benefited as much as I should have for the cost that I paid for the education that I received. And I think that probably would have been an appropriate answer. And that followed up by some reflection and some statement that I could at least reassure myself, let alone the people that I'm talking to, about how I feel about institutions in general. Because if I had to think about it, I do think that they are important. Perhaps I could say that they're fundamental to our civilization. What is a civilization but a series of different institutions, different levels of organization? Now, my failure in my initial gut response just to say, oh, universities are a waste of time, higher ed is failing. There's truth in it, but it's not discerning, it's not careful, it's not appropriately thought through. If it is to be the case that our social organization, our organization in general, will tend towards forming these institutions, towards forming these bonds, forming these entities that unite people together under a common purpose, a common banner. There is nothing in and of a disinterested institution that can say anything of the path that it walks. It is up to the individuals and the spirit that eventually is produced by their interaction that guides the path of that institution. And certainly it is not the case that I believe that there is no path to walk, that there is no direction that man should be going. Certainly I believe in something that there is tangible, a tangible, something that is known, something that is to be known, something that is to be had for us in this experience. Not only in the individualistic sense in the experience of life, but also in the totality of our experience as we have been conscious beings here on this earth. I believe that we can achieve, and I think that we have achieved. But I also recognize the inherent failure of our efforts, time and time again. Sometimes it's a bit difficult to accept the fact that things will never be perfect. But that's sort of an adolescent impulse anyway. Our institutions are vital to us, to our society, and to our growth, I think, as a species. But the flip side of that coin, the institutions that degrade, it's a sad and difficult story because it makes one question fundamentals. It's exciting in a sense because the fundamentals are uncovered again. They are made explicit where before they were this sort of implicit, commonplace thing that everybody accepted, everybody believed in. But as the waters begin to become more disturbed, the sea becomes more agitated, the storm clouds darker, we begin to question things of our own concern, about our safety, about our trust in these institutions. And when I hear and when I see a word such as liberal, I think of openness. I think of change. I think of tolerance. I think of acceptance. I think of a modern political philosophy. I think of a difficult political environment, contemporary political environment. I think of, although associated by modern context but not necessarily by etymology, this violently vibrating Overton window of continually confused, acceptable political discourse in an age that is becoming more and more confused. An age where institutions, faith in these institutions, are eroding rapidly. An age where change is happening very quickly. An age where a person has to watch where they walk. What they believe matters. Not that it wouldn't matter at all situations, but there are certain areas where one can afford a degree of laxity. But again, as the sea becomes turbulent, it behooves us to pay attention to the potential danger that we are sailing into. And so there's good and bad to this liberal soul. The liberal soul shall be made fat. The impulse towards tolerance and to accept, to be open, perhaps that's a better place to start. A degree of openness, I think, is required for the humble person. Now, the discerning person obviously understands when to cut that off, so that what they leave open does not allow the influx of something that is harmful. Now, shall be made fat, it's a double meaning in the age of famine. To be made fat, to live in an era of material abundance certainly is something that is desired. But to be made fat, taking the statement as it is, without a insatiable desire or want for a particular condition of life. To be made fat is an unhealthy condition. And so, on first glance, this statement and this verse seems to be negative. It's saying the soul that is overly open is bound to be plagued by decadence. But that's not quite right. On one hand, just like with the institutions, we may find something that is robust and flourishing. And on the other hand, in another age, we can have something that is dying, sick, wicked. And so what flashes before me is this constant dichotomy. But, by the same token, well, I said dichotomy. So, on one hand, let's explore how this can be a positive. Because I do think, inevitably, this verse is a double positive, but it would be a mistake to recognize the other side of the coin. Just like when we talk about wisdom, we find within that female principality that goes straight up to heaven, we have the underside, that which goes straight to hell. Of course, it's not the same, it doesn't seem to be the same entity, but on the reverse side, we have to be aware of it. As we get higher, on this scale of virtue and of understanding of these heavenly principles, the potential for temptation increases. So that aside, the liberal soul, the generous one, the one that is open, the one that gives, the one that is selfless. If I haven't said it already, generous. The true giving beyond oneself and to find true value in it is the thing that expands the soul. It makes it fat. So what might this mean? What might it mean to be generous and to give? And how might that impact our sense of being? Well, I think in the first place, it involves an orientation. Because certainly there are many people that we may say that these are wicked types that give in order for that they will receive, rather than give for the sake of giving. Now, of course, what they get back will enrich them, maybe materially. Maybe they will do a favor for somebody in the expectation that professionally they will get some kickback or some favor granted to them in the long run. Almost like an Italian mob boss or something. But this is not what we mean. We're talking about the sake of giving. We're talking about finding value in providing something to someone that benefits them without the expectation of receiving something lowly, I could say, in return. So if we give somebody love, we give somebody attention, we give somebody care, I think the crucial thing here is the deadening of the selfish desires. That is to go up and beyond and to find value in somebody else's experience. And to value somebody else, to value a different self, is empathy, or it can lead to empathy. But certainly it's a prerequisite in order to be able to love somebody adequately, is this selflessness. Now once that cap is removed, and we are releasing, we are paying in a certain degree. It's an interesting expression, to pay attention. Because it is effort, it is value that we are expending. But in return, if we are attending properly, what we get is perspective. We get true value in return. We get the possibility to reflect on somebody else's experiences outside of our own. We get to experience another conscious mind, how it interprets the world, how it sees things. We can, in conjunction with this other self, explore things together, find new things, enrich ourselves together. That is all so difficult on the lonely road of self-expansion and self-education, as perhaps this might be. With another person or a group of people, it is the experience is profoundly elevated. Again, given the proper context, given the proper attention and care. And this is the thing that expands the soul and that sense of connectedness and being. To go somewhere with somebody and to experience something with somebody without the expectation, without some selfish desire. He that watereth shall be watered also himself. He that withholdeth corn, the people shall curse him, but blessing shall be upon the head of him that sells it. Again, it's another play on potential selfishness. I'd like to end this by talking about one more verse in this chapter. This episode is quite long, especially for one chapter. It's verse 29. He that troubleth his own house shall inherit the wind, and the fool shall be servant to the wise of heart. This is an expression of rootedness, of connectedness, and the disturbance therein. One's house, one's home is their sense of connectedness. This is their primary place of belonging. To bring trouble into that, to disturb it, is to inherit the wind. That is to get in the subsequent generation as one inherits something from a prior generation, is to inherit something that is, it's nomadic. The wind is blowing here and there. The wind has no home except for in and of itself. It has this sorrowful existence to a certain degree. It blows past us indifferently. And the fool shall be servant to the wise of heart. This is something that we've seen before. The wise of heart are those that are discerning, those that understand the practices that are necessary for them to be in proper alignment with that divine, with God, with the divine logos. And those that are fools will not be discerning people. They will not take the time. They will not carry the burdens that are necessary to align themselves. And so, when those that do find themselves sufficiently in advance in their path than those of the foolish, in order for the foolish to keep up with them and to stay connected in their shared society, they must serve those that have made the proper sacrifices. And in their service, eventually, if they are truly servants of those that are wise of heart, I believe will gain from that. But it's a representation of how we organize ourselves. There is always this, as profound change occurs, and perhaps there is a profound leveling in society, eventually we see this hierarchy emerge, those who are particularly attentive and strategic, and those who are not. This chapter ends, "Behold, the righteous shall be recompensed in the earth, much more the wicked and the sinner." So I'm going to call it here, and we will pick it up next time with chapter 12, Proverbs.